Test 1, 2. Go turn that down. Hey, Bouncer, can you turn this one? Test 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2, 3. 1, 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Testing. 1, 2, 3. You all right, Herman? 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing. Test 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. The ring volume. Test 1, 2. Can the ring be turned up? That's the judge. Test 1, 2. Now that's a little hot. The other one's a little needs to be turned up. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4. Test, test. This is the judge's mic. Judge's mic. Test 1, 2, 3, 4. Test, test, test 1, 2, 3, 4. Don't you like computers? It won't let you tie in. Test 1, 2, 3, 4. Need to turn it down just a little bit. Test 1, 2, 3, 4. Just leave it there. Leave it there.
Test 1, 2, 1, 2, test. I didn't want to get too close to it. Let him yell at me. Testing 1, 2. Mic check. Hello?
Test 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Need to go up a little more.
While we're waiting on our mics to be set up, I do want to make some announcements on our award sponsors. We appreciate everyone that's given us something.
Test 1, 2, 3, 4. That's better, Herman.
Okay, hold on that. We're going to start the turkey show. Okay, let's start the turkey show. I am going to call out. We're going to start with the hens. If you will meet at the gate, we will make sure that this is who is supposed to be. I've got Taylor Burkholder, Paisley Burkholder, Billy Girth, Liliana Girth, Avery Werner, Cade Werner, Finley Bradford, Harris Bradford, Jackson Mecchi Lozano, Annabelle Mecchi Lozano, Simon Mecchi Lozano, Harris Priestmeiser, Wyatt Biggs, Catalina Hernandez, Brooklyn Matter, Dean Schwartz, Mason Matter, Kennedy Franson, Jackson Franson, Keller Hebner, Ella Taylor, and John Charles Taylor. We are live streaming the show. It is on our YouTube channel. You can find that if you look up Kendall County Junior Livestock on YouTube. You will see that we have a live stream. We also posted the link on our Facebook page. You guys are able to share that out so anybody can watch the live stream of the show. We will be live streaming the rest of the day. Don't forget that after the show, we do ask that you guys stay and help to clean up the pins. You can either take your birds home with you. You can also place them on that trailer. If your birds are to unintentionally unalive themselves while we are here, you need to make sure that you please take them home to your trash cans or your neighbor's trash cans. Just don't put them in our trash cans. We also want to say thank you to the Bernie FFA alumni for working in our concession stand. You guys go support them. They are here every day of the show, food, drink, and snacks. Also want to say thank you to all of our volunteers that come out and make these shows happen. There's a lot of work that goes into this before and after. We're also thankful to all of the parents that come out and help support your kids during this show. Also, we want to say thank you to our poultry judge, Micah Osborne. He has earned his bachelor's in poultry science from Texas A&M, went on to complete a master's in poultry nutrition. Today, he lives in Snook, Texas, and works as a poultry product specialist for Rawco Animal Nutrition, helping producers across the country succeed. Micah isn't just well trained, he's highly accomplished. He was part of the 2013 National Champion Poultry Judging Team. As an undergrad, he became the high point individual on the 2016 national team. And we appreciate all that Micah does. He has judged Houston Livestock Show, San Antonio, and the Texas State Fair. So thank you, Micah, for all that you do. We're excited. We do want to say thank you to the people who have sponsored all of our awards. Our Champion Senior Showman Broiler Buckle was donated by Joe and Debbie Pritko in honor of Jerry Ritteman. Our Champion Senior Showman Turkey is Jeff and Amanda Luke in memory of Logan Luke. Our Champion Intermediate Showman Broiler is Greg and Lori Hanisch with MK Electric. Our Champion Intermediate Showman Turkey is Mike and Tracy Brown. Our Champion Junior Showman Broiler was given by Mark and Sandy Maddock in memory of Charlie and Elvira Amason. Our Champion Junior Showman Turkey was given by Aaron and Jennifer Weil. Champion Pullets, donated by Greg and Lori Hanisch at MK Electric. Champion Cockerels, Greg and Lori Hanisch with MK Electric. Our Champion Tom Buckle was Brandy Quinn with Phyllis Browning. Our Champion Hens was donated by Richard and Sharon Meckie. Grand Champion Broiler is Greg and Lori Hanisch the Hanish family, MK Electric. Grand Champion Turkey, given by Chloe Lozano Mooring. Diamond M Poultry Production. Reserve Grand Champion Broiler, Mike and Tracy Brown. And our Reserve Grand Champion Turkey, Jeff and Amanda Luke, in memory of Logan Luke. Our Reserve Awards, our Reserve Champion Senior Showman Broiler, it's donated by Greg and Lori Hanish of MK Electric. Reserve Champion Senior Showman Turkey, it's given by the Pearson family. Reserve Champion Intermediate Showman Broiler, GBMB Insurance. Reserve Champion Intermediate Showman Turkey, J Matter and Good Old Boy Welding. Reserve Champion Junior Showman Broilers, it's given by the Pearl Antler. Reserve Champion Junior Showman Turkey, GBMB Insurance. Reserve Champion Pullets, the family of Reed Merchant. Reserve Champion Cockerels, Joe and Laura Lozano. Reserve Champion Toms, J Matter and Good Old Boys Welding. And Reserve Champion Hens, family of Reed Merchant. Thank you to everyone who donates for these awards. We appreciate what you do for us, and we know these kids appreciate it as well.
Attention in the swine barn. We are now taking weights at will. If you will come by and pick up your weight cards and have them filled out when you bring your animal up, that'd be most helpful. Weight cards are available at the back garage door at the scale. Pick them up at will and bring them with your animal. Last cards will be taken at 4 o'clock.
Let's give all our turkey exhibitors a round of applause. First off, I'd just like to say thank you to Kendall County for having me out here again this year. It's a really great show, and it's awesome to see the amount of exhibitors that we have for the turkey show today. You just kind of see turkeys are just kind of dwindling down across the state. It's a really tough animal to raise, especially people don't realize it, but turkeys eat probably as much, if not more, than even like raising a steer. That feed bill can get really expensive. So it's really nice that these birds are able to go on and show. If most of y'all don't know, some of these birds, this probably isn't the last stop for them. These birds are going to go on and be able to be shown at San Antonio, Houston, and Rodeo Austin. And so being able to have these birds at this age of the county is really great. Now, whenever we flip them upside down, you may look at them and be like, gosh, these birds aren't that big, and they're not. But that's because they're going to another show in another month and 2 months at San Antonio and Houston. So just hats off to these kids for getting these birds here today. And just kind of what we did is they were all in one line, and I just kind of brought what I thought was the better end up in front right here. And kind of as we're working our way through these birds, you see a lot of the same thing bird to bird. You got one bird that maybe isn't as wide at the base of the breast. Maybe the next bird maybe isn't as wide up towards the top. You saw me looking at length quite a bit. These birds are very similar. Whenever you put your hands on them, there's not a ton of differences, especially at this age. And so length really matters because the longer that bird is, the more meat it's going to be able to hold, the more meat it holds right now. And you can see some birds that maybe aren't the best bird today, but their frame is there. And you give them another month, you give them 2 months, they could really come on for that San Antonio and Houston show. So really going to be looking forward to see some of these birds as they get shown at the majors. We kind of got down to our top end, and I think there was 2 birds that kind of had the width, had at the base, had that width up towards the top more compared to the other ones. The bird that's going to win today, she was just slightly longer than the bird that's going to be up in second. There's about ½ inch to an inch more of keel bone there. So she's carrying that much more meat than the bird that's going to end up second. That first bird, or the second place bird, kind of hit me hard at the beginning. She was really wide. She carried good, but she's not that much different than the bird that's going to win today. And that bird that's going to be on top is a little bit longer, has a little bit more meat. But all in all, a really great show. Hats off to these young people. The young lady standing right here on the end, she's going to be your champion.
Don't forget, just a quick reminder in the barn, you need to take your birds home or you can put them on the trailer. And if they unfortunately are no longer alive, you also need to take those home and put them either in your trash can or your neighbor's. Just don't put them in our trash cans, please. We're going to go ahead and get ready for the tom class. If you want to pull your toms and get to the gate, Taylor Burkholder, Paisley Burkholder, Billy Girth, Liliana Girth, Avery Warner, Cade Warner, Finley Bradford, Harris Bradford, Jackson Mecki Lozano, Annabelle Mecki Lozano, Simon Mecki Lozano, Harris Priestmeister, Meyer, I'm so sorry, every time, Wyatt Biggs, Catalina Hernandez, Brooklyn Matter, Dean Schwartz, Mason Matter, Kennedy Franson, Jackson Franson, Cohen Hebner, Tobin Hebner, Keller Hebner, John Charles Taylor, and Ella Taylor. Hold up, y'all. Micah, the judges asked for a break. Just for a second. He said he doesn't need birds right now. Bring your birds back. All the toms, please come back. Your girl on the mic is the messenger that's going to be shot. Okay, our placings for our hens. First place is going to be Avery Werner. Second is going to be Paisley Burkholder. Third is Annabelle Mecki Lozano. Fourth is Jackson Mecki Lozano. Fifth is Simon Mecki Lozano. Sixth, Taylor Burkholder. Seventh, Harris Priesmeyer. Eighth, Liliana Girth. Ninth is Dean Schwartz. 10th is Wyatt Biggs. 11 is Jackson Bronson. 12 is Cade Werner. 13 is Billy Girth. 14th, Mason Matter. 15th, Kennedy Bronson. 16th is Finley Bradford. 17th is Harris Bradford. 18 is Keller Hebner. 19th is Brooklyn Matter. 20 is John Charles Taylor. 21st, Ella Taylor. 22nd, Catalina Hernandez. Congrats to everybody. Again, we just want to say thank you to all of our award sponsors. We have got a long list of those that have sponsored both buckles and bags for our reserve champion and reserve kids. And we just thank each and every one of you individually and your businesses that provide these awards for these kids. We've got Joe and Debbie Pritko in honor of Jerry Ritteman, Jeff and Amanda Luke in memory of Logan Luke, Greg and Lori Hanisch with MK Electric, Mike and Tracy Brown, Mark and Sandy Maddock in memory of Charlie and Elvira Mason, Aaron and Jennifer Wiley, Brandy Quinn with the Phyllis Browning Company, Richard and Sharon Meckie, Diamond M Poultry Production, the Pearson family, GBMB Insurance, J Matter and Good Old Boys Welding, the Pearl Antler, the family of Reed Merchant, and Joe and Laura Lozano. Thank you to each and every one of y'all for sponsoring these awards for these kids. Don't forget, after the show, we ask that you stay and clean up. We need help cleaning out those pins. You are welcome to put your birds on the trailer or take them with you. And again, we ask that if any of the birds are no longer living, that you please take them home and put them in your own trash cans. We also want to say thank you to the Bernie FFA alumni for running our concession stand during this week. They do a great job of making sure that everybody stays hydrated and fed. And then we invite everybody to share the live streams. We'll be live streaming each show on our YouTube channel. You can find that on YouTube, Kendall County Junior Livestock Association. We'll also share that on our Facebook, and you guys can share that from there. And then we invite everybody out to our auction on Saturday. It'll be right here in this barn. And it is a great time to see all the hard work that goes into these kids and their rewards that they receive. For those of you that are showing turkeys after this Tom show, don't forget we do have showmanship. So if you guys are wearing a back number, we will call you back for showmanship. But once the show is over, you can start cleaning up those turkey pins. There are wheelbarrows, shovels, and rakes underneath the grandstands right here. that you guys can use. We ask that all of the shavings please go in the gray bins that are in the back. If you guys will help us clean up, that will make it go quicker. You can also take your birds home if they're going on to the majors, or you can put your birds on the trailer. But don't forget, there is showmanship after this. Uh, and then we ask for your help cleaning up those turkey pins once the turkey show is over.
Let's give all of our Tom exhibitors a round of applause. Just like with the hens, this is a very challenging time for these birds. And I don't know if you've ever culled turkeys when they're around 6 weeks of age, but it can be a difficult task, and you better have someone who knows what they're doing, because there's very subtle differences between each of these birds as we make our way down the line. I think there definitely is a top end, and there's probably three birds that kind of are ahead above the rest. It's nothing to take away from the other birds. And as I walked my way down, I mean, it really is. Well, this bird's a little bit wider at the base. This one carries a little bit more. Toms, you start to see them, especially at this age, they haven't really filled out up top. So you'll start to see them be a little bit more bony on the top end of that keel bone. So kind of look at that. But they do get a little bit longer, and so you kind of pay attention to that a little bit more, of how long that bird is and how much meat is it carrying. You don't really want a short one, because, I mean, again, you can get a really short pin that's super wide and carries really good. But the toms, the longer they are, the more meat they're going to have, and the more breast meat they'll have on that bird. Again, it's a very, very good show, especially for those birds being at the age that they are. But the young lady standing right here on the end, she's going to be your champion.
Sorry about that, y'all. I also need our reserve and champion hen to come back into the ring. So if you will go get your birds and bring them back, please, into the arena. The ring. Well, yeah. Okay, here is our placings for our toms. Okay, first place, Annabella Mecchi Lozano. Second, Simon Mecchi Lozano. Third is Jackson Mecchi Lozano. Fourth is Taylor Burkholder. Fifth is Avery Werner. Sixth is Cade Werner. Seventh is Harris Priesmeyer. Eighth is Dean Schwartz. Ninth is Paisley Burkholder. 10, Liliana Girth. 11th, Wyatt Biggs. 12th, Brooklyn Matter. 13th, Finley Bradford. 14th, Harris Bradford. 15th, Billy Girth. 16th, Tobin Hebner. 17th, Mason Matter. 18th, Cohen Hebner. 19th, Kennedy Franson. 20, Jackson Franson. 21, Keller Hebner. 22, Ella Taylor. And 23, Catalina Hernandez. And 24 is John Charles Taylor. Congrats to all of the kids.
As we get our champion reserves out here for champion overall, I think it's always important to note you can't just look for which bird is the biggest. You know, the males are always going to be bigger than the females. They're going to be longer. They're going to be carrying more meat. So you can't always look at, well, which one has the most meat when you're comparing the sexes here. And so what we do is we kind of look at each champion and compare it to the reserve, and maybe just, you know, you go through a list. Well, which one maybe wins its class a little bit more handily? Which bird is more complete? You know, which one has less taper and carries, you know, itself a little bit better. And I think all of that went out the window because this is very tight. You have a really tight 1 and 2 tom. You have a really tight 1 and 2 hen. I think they're both very comparable to each other. But I do think there is a bird that is maybe a little bit more complete. You know, as far as its width at the base and how it carries up to the top, maybe doesn't taper as much and has a really long kill for being what it is. The young lady with the hen, she's going to be your champion overall. And so from then on, then we compare our champion Tom to our reserve champion hen. And I think they're both really good, but your champion Tom's going to win the reserve today.
Congratulations. Our grand turkey overall is Avery Werner, and our reserve grand is Annabella Mecchi Lozano. Congratulations. We will be calling for showmanship, so don't go anywhere. And then make sure after we call for showmanship that you guys clean up your pins, please. We appreciate it. Rakes, shovels, everything is underneath the grandstands. I also want to remind y'all that our wild game dinner has merch for sale. And it is over here in the pay window. We've got hoodies, we've got t-shirts, we've got caps, and all of the kids that get first, second, or third have vouchers, merch bucks that you can go spend in there and pick up some wild game dinner swag. So all of the money that we raise for wild game dinner, we utilize to give back to these kids in the auction. So you guys are supporting the auction that way as well. But we do have some great merch, the caps, t-shirts, hoodies, and sweatshirts. I know today is not necessarily sweatshirt weather, but fingers crossed it is coming, right? Okay, while they are taking their champion photos, let's go ahead and call back for showmanship. I've got for seniors 383, 884, and 386. Intermediate 387, 378, and 385. And junior is going to be 379, 399, and 370. So if I called your number, if you guys will please come into the ring. So again, our juniors are going to be 379, 399, and 370. Intermediate showmanship 387, 378, and 385. And then senior is going to be 383, 884, and 386. Three, 384 is our senior. We're- 387.
Let's give all these young people a round of applause for coming out here today. So for anybody who's not familiar with bird shows, showmanship's a little bit different than what you see with some of the larger animals. Some judges like to do it with a bird. I don't necessarily like to do that. I had a chance to kind of see how they showed the birds whenever we were in class. And so then we just have a couple of them come back and we can just kind of talk through some things. And it's really just a conversation between me and the exhibitor, just trying to, better understand their knowledge, kind of, what they know about the project. It's more than just mom and dad go and buy feed and I use the brown bag. We want them to know what kind of feed they're using, because at the end of the day, this is a learning experience for these young people. And the goal is for them to kind of understand. And I don't expect the junior kids to know as much as the intermediate and the seniors, but each year we should gain a little bit of knowledge, and we should be able to take that year over year. And by the time we get to this age group, we should just be able to lay it all on the table. This is what we do. This is how we do it. And we kind of go from there. So, I think all of these people, young people, have done a really great job. It can be a little nerve wracking for them to come out and talk to a complete stranger and have that conversation, but I applaud each of them for doing it. Um, we have a champion and a reserve for each age division. And so we'll start with the juniors. Young lady right here on the end, she's going to be your champion. Yes, she's going to be your champion. And then this young lady right here, she's going to be your your reserve. Sorry. We get to our intermediates, and the young man right here, he's going to be your champion. And then the young lady right here, she'll be your reserve. Then we get down here to our seniors, the jokers of the whole showmanship. I think the young man standing on the end right here, he's going to be your champion. And then the other young man, he'll be our reserve.
Congratulations to our showmanship winners. Our junior champion is Lillian Girth, and our reserve is Kennedy Franson. Our intermediate champion is Jackson Mecki Lozano, and our reserve is Paisley Burkholder. And our senior showmanship champion is Simon Mecki Lozano, and our reserve is Harris Priestmeyer. Congrats to everybody in the turkey show. We're going to take about a 10 or 15-minute break while we take some pictures, and then we'll reset for the broiler show. We're going to start with the pullets, and we will call pin numbers when we're ready for you guys to come in, okay? Okay, it's time to start the broiler show. We're going to start with our pullets first, and we are going to call you in by pin number. Okay, broiler pin numbers. We are going to start with 37, 8, 40, 11, 9, 19, 14, 13, 26, 15, 2, and 23. If I called your pin number, you need to grab your birds. These are going to be your pullets, and you're going to make your way into the show ring. 37, 8, 40, 11, 9, 19, 14, 13, 26, 15, 2, and 23. Don't forget, if you are showing turkeys and you've already showed your birds, please make sure that you clean up. Take your birds home or put them on the trailer. There are shovels, rakes, wheelbarrows underneath the grandstands. Same thing will happen for the broilers. Once you guys are done showing, you're going to need to clean up your pens. If your birds unintentionally pass away, please take them home and throw them in your trash cans. Do not throw them in our trash cans. The shavings can go in the gray dumpsters in the back. We appreciate all of the help cleaning up the show. Don't forget that we've got the Bernie FFA alumni is running our concession stand. So they have food and beverage. We also want to make sure that the live stream you guys can share with your family and friends. It is on our Facebook page that you can share from there. Kendall County Junior Livestock Association. They can live stream. And then our auction is on Saturday, the 10th, right here. Buyer registration starts at 10 a.m. The buyer's luncheon starts at 11:30, and our auction will start at 12:30. Also, if you need substitutions for the sale because you have a conflict, please make sure you get those substitution forms in ASAP. There will be a substitution form outside the office that you guys can get those done. Also, we did send out a link via email to everyone that was registered that will allow you to update a photograph of you and your animal that you're going to be selling, or a picture of you. And we're going to put those on the screens during the auction. So make sure that you get that link, you log in and get that picture updated. Don't forget that buyer registration you can also do online. All of this information is on our website and our Facebook page, as well as Wild Game Dinner, which is a big event we do in October. And the money that we raise goes back to all of these kids here in some way, shape, or form. We are selling merchandise over at the pay window. And if you place first through third in your class, you will receive merch bucks or a voucher that you guys can use to purchase the Wild Game Dinner gear. We have hats, we have t-shirts, we have hoodies, we have sweatshirts, and all of that money goes back to our kids. So we appreciate all that you do. Thank you, parents, for bringing your kids out here and helping them. We also want to thank all of our award sponsors. Every single event or show has award sponsors, and we are greatly appreciative of those. If you are interested in being an award sponsor for next year, see one of the directors and we can get you guys on a contact list. But for our poultry show today, we want to say thank you to Joe and Debbie Pritko in honor of Jerry Ritteman, Jeff and Amanda Luke in memory of Logan Luke, Greg and Lori Hanish with MK Electric, Mike and Tracy Brown, Mark and Sandy Maddock in memory of Charlie and Elvira Mason, Aaron and Jennifer Wiley, Brandy Quinn with Phyllis Browning Company, Richard and Sharon Meckie, Diamond M Poultry Production, the Pearson family, GBMB Insurance, J Matter and Good Old Boys Welding, the Pearl Antler, the family of Reed Merchant, and Joe and Laura Lozano. I also want to remind y'all that Devin Sisk Photography is on site taking photographs of all exhibitors and their species. She has a link on her Facebook page that if you go out right now, you can get an all-inclusive digital gallery from the show, and it will be all-inclusive of your exhibitor, species, breeds, drives, backdrops, all of it for $100. And you can add siblings on for $50. So go to Devin Sisk Photography on Facebook and you can find the post and then you can get your link.
Let's give all these broiler exhibitors a round of applause. So this morning when we had check-in and we had those birds come through the line after they got their wing bands checked, they came to me and I gave them a pre-score. And that's because we have probably about 50 pullets, 50 cockerels, and to be able to get 50 pins of birds in here at a time would be madness. Be able to go through 50 birds at one time, it can be a little bit of madness. And so we split them up. I gave each pin either a score of 1, 2, or 3. And right now what we have out here are our 3s for our pullets. And that's really just so we could break it up for me so I can make it a little bit easier to go through. We're not, spending an hour for these birds at a time inside of this arena because if you've ever showed chickens before, you understand their stress levels go really high whenever they're being held upside down. And so we want to limit the amount of stress that those birds go through at this time. What we're looking for in these pins of birds is we're trying to get as much meat packed into a pin of 3 as we can. We don't want to leave that big bird at home. We want to make sure that it gets in the pen because whenever I'm going through and looking at them, I'm trying to, I'm basically saying if I were to process these birds and take that breast meat, which is kind of what we look for, is pretty much the only thing we look for. If I was to take that breast meat and fillet it and put it on a plate, which 3 breasts are going to weigh the most? And that's what I'm doing here today. Uniformity is great, but if we have uniformly weaker birds that aren't as wide, aren't carrying as much meat, they're not going to have as much breast meat. And if anybody goes into the grocery store and looks at buying split breasts, you may have 3 that are one size and 2 that are a little bit smaller. They're not all exactly identical. We're talking about uniformity in the industry. It's whenever we hang them up on a processing rack, is that equipment going to work in the exact same way? And I think you could say all these birds from that standpoint are uniform. That's when we flip them upside down and cash is king. We're paying by the pound in the grocery store, and so we want poundage. And so what I'm going to do is we've gone ahead and placed these. The top end of this line is over here, and it goes this way. I'm going to hold on to these first 5 pins, and y'all are going to compete against the next callback that we have of our 2s. So these first 5 ending with this group right here, they're going to stay here. The rest of them, we're going to go ahead and get y'all placed. Let's give them all a round of applause as we go on our next callback.
Okay, next set of pins on our pullets. It's going to be 34, 10, 5, 29, 27, 24, 4, 6, 16, 21, 18, 20, 1, 39, and 3. Okay, again, those are 34, 10, 5, 29, 27, 24, 4, 6, 16, 21, 18, 20, 1, 39, and 3.
Good afternoon, everyone. We're the Ambassador Committee with the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo. We're here to support your kids. And for any of them that are interested in coming to the San Antonio show and showing, please, you're all welcome. If you have any questions, we'll try to answer them the best we can. We also have some day pass tickets. This young lady has some. If y'all are interested in getting any tickets to come out for the day, y'all have a good day. Thank you.
Pin 16. 16. Don't forget, after the show, you guys are going to need to stay and help us clean up the barn, please. There are gray bins that the shavings can go in. We have wheelbarrows, rakes, shovels to help clean up. You can put your birds on the trailer or you can take them home with you. We ask that any birds that meet their unfortunate timeliness do not go in our trash dumpsters, that you guys please take those home. But we do need help cleaning up all of the show ring and the pins in the back before you guys leave. We want to say thank you to all of the volunteers and the directors that make these shows happen throughout this week. There's a lot of hard work that goes on behind the scenes. So thank you to each of those guys and gals that do a great job. This year, we've got a team on site that's helping us with our live stream. So don't forget to share that. It will be for all of the shows and the auction. And then we want to make sure, as an exhibitor, if you are going to if you're going to sell your animal in the sale, make sure that you check your email. You received a link that will allow you to update a photograph of your exhibitor. KCJLA will not be uploading photographs. This is on the parents and the kids to get those photographs updated if you want one for the sale. Otherwise, it will just show your name. You can upload any photograph that's on there, but you should have received an email this week with a link to do that. Buyer registration on Saturday starts at 10, and then our buyers lunch starts at 11:30, and our auction starts at 12:30. We also want to say thank you to the Bernie FFA booster who is running our concession stand this week. Please make sure to go by and support them. And then we also have all of the wild game dinner merchandise for sale over in the pay window. And if you place first, second, or third in your class or your species, you guys will be able to use those merch bucks to purchase that merchandise through the pay window. We appreciate everybody being out here. These kids work hard all year, and this is such an exciting time for each of them. On those substitutions for the day of the sale, if you are selling an animal and you do not have a substitution form and you do not show up, you do not get to sell. So please make sure that if you have an event that you're not going to be able to be here, you've got another show, you've got high school rodeo, junior high rodeo, whatever the case may be, you can have a substitute in your place to sell your animal. Make sure that you get those sub forms completed and turned in so that you don't miss out on the opportunity to sell your animal.
Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause. So like I said a minute ago, when those birds came in and gave them a pre-score, it doesn't necessarily mean that's where they're going to end up, and that's why we do it. And then that's why I hold over 3, 4, 5 pins from the previous callback, because maybe depending on when they came in on the line, I could have been a little bit hard on them, and therefore they're going to push up into the next callback. I think from that last callback we got 1 pin right here, and then another pin that maybe jumped 1 or 2. But that's why we do that. We got to bring them back out. You got to give every kid a fair shake. Kind of when we're going through these birds and we're getting ready to go through the next set, what I'm kind of seeing as I'm working my way down the line, especially kind of the back half of this line, is maybe those birds, they have the width at the base. They're just not carrying that width all the way up towards the top end of that kill. We got to make sure that, depending on what our feed program is, we got to kind of maybe look at what we're given as far as a fat supplement towards the end. Maybe just try to get them finished off on that top end as we continue to go. And you kind of see that in some of these birds too. Just over here, maybe two or all 3 maybe just don't carry enough. Up here, we kind of see where we maybe have one of those birds that's wide at the base, maybe isn't carrying enough up towards the top. We start getting towards the top end of this line, and we got 2 really good birds. That third bird maybe just off a little bit. It's still a really great job. All these young people have done a fantastic job. I'm going to hold on to these 4 pins right here, and we're going to go ahead and place the rest of them. Let's give them all a round of applause.
Carol Cravey, if you can come to the table inside the ring, I have something very important. I might go shopping with it. Just kidding. But Carol Cravey, we found your card in the parking lot. If you want to come to the table, please. Okay, last set of pins. It's going to be 12, 35, 41, 17, 22, 25, 30, 33, 31, 7, 38, 36, 28, and 32. Don't forget, if you are finished showing and your birds have met their unfortunate demise, they need to go home with you. You can put them in your trash can or your neighbor's trash cans. Please don't put them in ours, but we do ask that you clean out your pins. There are gray dumpsters in the back, and if you will help us clean up, that makes it easier for us to get ready for the next show. Those pin numbers again: 12, 35, 41, 17, 22, 25, 30, 33, 31, 7, 38, 36, 28, 32. Just a reminder, if you guys are interested in pre-ordering all of your show photos that are being taken today by Devin Sisk Photography, you can go to her Facebook page, Devin Sisk Photography, and you can pre-order all photos. So it will be all images of your exhibitor. If they're multiple species, breeds, drives, backdrops, every photo, she's got a pre-order deal for $100, and it is good for all the Hill Country shows, including Grandstand. So go out there and pre-order if you want photos from today, or if you guys are going on to Grandstand, you can pre-order those photos there. And it is $50 for siblings. So $100 to order the first, and then 50 per kid if they have siblings, and that gets you all of your photos on Devon Sisk Photography.
Attention in the swine barn. Got about 30 minutes left for last call on weighing in pigs. Got about 30 minutes left. 4 o'clock will be cut off for weighing pigs. If you haven't picked up weigh cards and brought them here, start thinking about that now, please.
Let's give all our pull exhibitors a round of applause. This is it's a very, very competitive pullet show. I love when counties split up the pullets and the cockerels. If you were just to do straight run, none of these birds would probably make it into the pen of cockerels. The cockerels are just always that much bigger. But whenever you're able to split them up and you're able to showcase the girls that are out here today, I think it just is hats off to the exhibitors and really gives them the opportunity to showcase those birds that would probably be left at home if it was just straight run. So kind of what we see is just like we talked about in the other callbacks. These are our ones with a couple of twos scattered in here. And kind of as we look at this back half of the line and we kind of see it as we get all the way up to the top. A few of these birds really just need to be finished off just a little bit more. As we start working our way up the line, we start to see those birds getting wider at the base of the breast. We start working our way up and as we get through the middle here, we probably got that one really big bird that really kind of carries us up as far as we do. I know I talked to this young man right here. That bird that he's holding is probably one of the biggest birds in the show. It's just we don't have one on either side that has the same amount of meat. The bird didn't like me talking bad about the pen over there. I apologize about that. But as we start getting into this top end right here, I think we have 3 pins that kind of step above the rest. I talked to this young lady right here. That pin of birds is very, very good. They're super wide at the base of the breast, but they just kind of get flat as we get to that about halfway point where these other 2 pins, that breast meat still kind of pops out at you and still kind of carries up a little bit. But still a tremendous set of birds. It's really tough to get pullets with that much meat down at the base. As we start comparing these top 2 pins, I think they're very comparable. They're extremely wide at the base. I do think there's one pin who whenever we compare, that first bird and the first bird, the second bird and the second bird, we see a lot of similarities. But whenever we get to that third bird, that one pin that just has that bird that continues to carry isn't much different than the top 2. It's going to be the young man standing on the end. He's going to be your champion.
Don't forget, just because you're done with the pullet show, we will have showmanship after the cockerel show. So don't leave if you're entered up for showmanship. And we will also ask that you guys clean up your pins before you leave. Shavings need to go in the gray buckets or dumpsters. There are shovels, rakes, wheelbarrows that you can use to load out. You can put your birds on the trailer or you can take them home with you. And again, if your birds met their untimely demise, they need to go home with you in your trash cans, not our trash cans or dumpsters, please. We will also need help tearing down all of the pins for the poultry show and putting those pins away. So that is part of the cleanup as well. Make sure that you stay and help. That is part of your responsibility as an exhibitor, and we appreciate the help that you provide. Congrats to all of our winners. We will call our cockerel pins shortly. Mr. Mackey, are you ready? Okay, cockerel pins 98, 74, 76, 66, 90, 69, 87, 65, 84, 77, 71, 78, 63, and 86. Those pin numbers again, 98, 74, 76, 66, 90, 69, 87, 65, 84, 77, 71, 78, 63, and 86. Our pullet winners. First place, Will Thomason Jr. Second is Grady Immel. Third, Laney Matt. Fourth, Georgia Owen. Fifth, Bo Glauser. Sixth, Cole Mullendorf. Seventh, Kinley Martin. Eighth, Mia Immel. Ninth, Carter Wolf. 10th, Mason Matt. 11th, Dryden Jones. 12th, Landry Burkholder. 13, Delaney Rust. 14, Fisher Brisky. 15 is Gavin Brown. 16 is Corey Klein. 17th is Brody Kramer. 18th is Noella Johnson. 19, Bristol Kramer. 20 is Kylie Clark. Congrats to all of our winners. We also want to say thank you to our judge, Mr. Micah Osborne. He's doing a fantastic job. You guys make sure to say thank you before you leave. You might see him again somewhere else.
Attention in the swine barn. Last call. Last call for weight cards to be turned in at the weight scale, the back of the barn. Last call for pigs to be entered.
Let's give these cockerel exhibitors a round of applause. Just like we did with the pullets, whenever those birds came in, we gave them a score 1, 2, and 3. What we have out here right now are the 3s, and again, this is a breast meat show. We're trying to get as much breast meat as we can into these birds. Feeding as much feed as we can. We don't necessarily care about feed conversion. We're just trying to get those birds as big as we can in as short as amount of time as we have. What we're going to do right now is we're going to hold on to these top 4 pins, and then we're going to go ahead and place the rest of them for them to compete against the next couple of callbacks. Let's give all these kids a round of applause.
Okay. Next set of pins is going to be 106, 105, 75, 73, 94, 68, 97, 72, 96, 79, 81, 88, 70, 103, 83, and 64. So again, those pin numbers 106, 105, 75, 73, 94, 68, 97, 72, 96, 79, 81, 88, 70, 103, 83, and 64. Don't forget that we have showmanship that is still going to happen after this show. So if you were in the pullet show, do not leave. If you have a back number for showmanship, and then during this cockerel show, we are watching for showmanship and they will pull you out if you have been picked. So make sure that you do not leave, but feel free to go ahead and clean up your pins. And then we will need help taking down those pins after the show is over. Couple of other reminders. Wild Game Dinner merch is for sale at the pay window over by the concession stand. If you place first through third in your show, you can use those merch bucks towards anything in there. Also, parents, you're able to purchase, and we will use those funds to give back to our kids in Kendall County. So don't forget to do that. We want to say thank you to the Bernie FFA Booster for running our concession stand all week. Don't forget the live feed that you guys can share. You can find it on our Facebook page or on our YouTube channel. We will live stream each of the shows as well as the sale on Saturday. The sale does start at 12:30. Buyer registration is 10 to 12. The buyer's lunch starts at 11:30. All of the details can be found on our Facebook or website. And then don't forget that Devin Sisk Photography is on site and they have a great deal running right now. For $100, you can pre-order all of the images of your exhibitors. So make sure that you guys are going to her Facebook page and um, signing up if you want to get those photos. We also want to say thank you to all of our volunteers, our directors, parents, everybody that comes out and helps during this week. There is a lot happening and it takes a lot of people to make these things happen. So if you see a director or a volunteer, make sure that you say thank you. It will go a long ways. We enjoy what we do for y'all. Um, but it takes everybody to make this week happen. We also appreciate everyone who sponsors our awards, and we have awards for all sorts of different things for each of the shows. And we just want to give a shout out to those people. We want to say thank you to Joe and Debbie Pritko in honor of Jerry Ritteman, Jeff and Amanda Luke in honor of or in memory of Logan Luke, Greg and Lori Hanish with MK Electric, Mike and Tracy Brown, Mark and Sandy Maddock in memory of Charlie and Elvira Mason, Aaron and Jennifer Wiley, Brandy Quinn with Phyllis Brown and Company, Richard and Sharon Mackey, Diamond M Poultry Production, the Pearson family, GBMB Insurance, J Matter and the Good Old Boys Welding, the Pearl Antler, the family of Reed Merchant, and Joe and Laura Lozano. Thank y'all for giving so that we can have the awards for this poultry show today. We appreciate all of your donations.
Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause. I appreciate y'all's patience with me as we work through these callbacks. I think again, this is our number 2 group, and you can just see the quality getting better and better the longer the show goes on, and all of these birds are extremely good. And there's just a couple things that you pick apart maybe between each pin, whether it's they got that one really good bird and that third bird isn't quite there. They got 2 really good ones and that third one really falls off. It's just minor imperfections in the pins as we continue to go up. But overall, really great show. Really excited about the 14 that we have left coming back out. But we're going to hold on to 6, I believe, so we can make our top 20. But let's give all of these exhibitors a round of applause as we give them their placings.
Don't forget, we have showmanship coming up after this, but you are free to clean up your pins. Make sure that you put your shavings in the gray dumpsters. If your birds have unalived themselves, please make sure that you take them home. They do not go in our dumpsters, but you are able to put your birds that are alive on the trailer if you do not want to take them home. Okay, the last set of pins. 99, 101, 80, 85, 91, 89, 95, 93, 102, 82, 104, 92, 100, and 67. Okay, those pin numbers again: 99, 101, 80, 85, 91, 89, 95, 93, 102, 82, 104, 92, 167. I do also want to remind y'all that, there we go, that's better. Just as a reminder of the other things that are happening this week, tomorrow our swine market show starts at 8 a.m. with breeding swine to follow. On Tuesday, our heifer show starts at 4 and the steer show follows. Wednesday, we have our breeding goats show at 6 p.m. for meat and Angora. And then we have the breeding sheep show to follow. Thursday is our market goat show, starts at 8 a.m. with the lamb show to follow. And then Friday is our ag mech show, as well as our livestock judging. So there are things happening throughout the week at the barn. You can live stream them if you're not able to come back out. But if you do have any interest in seeing any of the other shows, or you're interested in volunteering for anything, there are things happening throughout the week here at the barn. Don't forget, we will need help cleaning up after this show. I know I've repeated myself a million times. Y'all are probably sick of hearing it, but we need all the help that we can get. So if you are in the back of the barn, please make sure to clean the shavings out of your pins, put those in the dumpsters, and then we will need help breaking down the actual pins back there. So we ask if you guys can stay and help after the show. We would greatly appreciate it. And also, you can put your birds in the back of that trailer if you do not want to take them home. Or if you want to take your birds home, you're welcome to do that. If they are no longer alive, they do need to go home with you. Please do not put them in the dumpster.
Let's give the rest of these cockerel exhibitors a round of applause. I really do appreciate everybody's patience as we were going through and finishing that up. I know you probably saw me make a lot of moves there in that last go through of this line, but kind of whenever I was going through it the first time, you just kind of put people close to where you think they're going to line up, and then that's why you go back through that second time and really give it a thorough look and really make sure that you're getting the right pairs in there. And if you got to do a pair switch, where you got to do it, and just analyze each of the bird individually. And like I said earlier, whenever we're taking these birds into consideration, it's if I was going to take that breast meat, fillet it out, lay it on a scale between those three birds as a pin, which one's going to weigh the most? And there's a couple of pins that really kind of stick out in my mind as you saw him move up quite a bit. This young man in the corner, he was in callback number 2. And that just plays into whenever we were going through it this morning, depending on what he came behind or where he was in the line, he just got put as a 2, but that didn't mean his day was done. And he has 2 absolutely huge birds, those 2 that he was holding, and then his dad's just kind of falls off. But those 2 birds are so big, and they just continue to carry him up. And then that third bird is whenever we start to get up on this top end, and it just doesn't have the meat to compare with the rest of them, but that's a really, really good pin. As we start getting into these top end, kind of right in through here, you saw a lot of really big similarities. This pin right here got one really big bird, one that's a little bit behind it, and one that's a little bit behind that. So it's kind of just that stair step effect, but really, really good birds. And then we kind of get these 3 pins. Each of them have really these 4 pins. Each of them have one really massive bird. That second and third bird are very close, but it's just kind of looking at similarities, and that's what I love about a cockerel show. The best show I've ever judged is Houston, and being able to judge cockerels at Houston was amazing. This is kind of right up there as far as quality, and being able to go through and see the differences. And I wish everybody could put their hands on them and really be able to appreciate what they are. But I think there's one pin here today. Only had to flip it up once or twice. That kind of stands above the rest. It kind of has those 3 birds that are almost perfect. I could nitpick 1 or 2 of them just ever so slightly, but the young lady standing on the end, she's going to be your champion today.
We need our reserve and grand pullets back in for the grand drive, please. Don't forget, after this, we will have showmanship. So if you were entered in showmanship, we will be calling those showmanship numbers after we do photographs for the grand and reserve. And then we will need help cleaning up the barns. So please stick around to help us clean up. More hands, the faster it goes. So we appreciate all that y'all do. And then don't forget, our sale is on Saturday. If you need to substitute because you cannot be here, you need to make sure and get those substitution forms in ASAP. They are in the office upstairs. If you do not submit a form and you do not show up, you do not get to sell. And you want to be able to sell your animals, so you can have somebody come in and do that for you. Really quickly on our cockerels, first place goes to Mia Emmel. Second place is Addie Johnson. Will Thompson Jr. the third is third. Kylie Clark is fourth. Noella Johnson is fifth. London Matt is sixth. Gavin Brown is seventh. Landry Burkholder eighth. Brindley Mellendorf 9. Carter Wolf 10. Waylon Burkholder 11th. Bo Glauser 12th. Fisher Brisky is 13th. Cooper Hagemeyer is 14th. Brody Martin 15th. Delaney Russ 16th. 17th is Aiden Stavanoa. 18 Olson Johnson. 19 Gentry Cooley. And 20th is Cole Mullendorf. Congratulations to all of our cockerel winners.
Let's give our champions a round of applause. Just Thank you again to Kendall County for having me out here. It's such a pleasure to be able to come out and judge a show of this caliber, and I truly mean that. I think whenever you look at these birds and compare them to what we're going to see over the next couple of months at the major livestock shows, um, these birds in here are extremely competitive, and I would expect these birds to place at the top end. Your champion pullets, I think, could easily be a top 20 pin, top 10 maybe at Houston, and your cockerels as well. So it just talks to the caliber that these kids are raising birds at, and the fact that it's being done at the county level is just extremely. It's just extremely amazing to be able to do, and to be able to judge a show like this really means a lot to me. Whenever we compare these two, it gets to be really tough. Whenever I say you can't just pick the cockerels because they're bigger, because if we did that every single time, there's no way the pullets could ever win. So you have to compare them for this pin of cockerels versus that pin of cockerels, this pin of pullets versus that pin of pullets. And I think the cockerels easily win the class. I think the pullets easily win their class. So it's like, okay, what do we do now? And it's comparing, just the pin of birds, and I will say I'm a sucker for a really good pin of cockerels, and that's one that's going to be hard to beat. The cockerels will be your champion. And with that, that's an extremely good pin of pullets. They're going to be reserved.
Your grand champion is Mia Immel, and your reserve is William Thomason Jr. Congrats, y'all. Don't forget, we're about to call for showmanship. After we take these pictures, we'll start calling numbers. You guys can come in the ring, and then we will need help cleaning up. We appreciate all of y'all. Okay, they're going to take some quick pictures, but I can go ahead and get you lined up for showmanship. Junior, I've got 396, 263, 381, and 377. If you'll come line up right here. So 396, 263, 381, and 377. If I've called your number, come line up out here. Intermediate, 391, 371, 374, and 380. 391, 371, 374, and 380. And then my seniors are going to be 389, 382, 357, and 397. Okay, showmanship for the juniors. I'm missing 263, 374. I got 382 and 397 in the seniors. Three, 8, 2 in the seniors. Don't forget, you have to fill out your thank you cards in order to get your buckles. So don't leave here without turning in your thank you cards.
right, let's give all of our poultry showman exhibitors a round of applause. Can y'all all line up like that? That way I can actually see. Appreciate that's perfect. Just like I talked with turkey showmanship earlier today, poultry showmanship in general is very different than what you'd see with a large animal. I don't like bringing a bird out. I just like having a conversation and trying to gauge knowledge. Whenever we talk about poultry, and everybody has a secret formula, a secret recipe of this is how it needs to be done. And there's no one right way to do it. Everybody can find different ways, and I will say it is a joy to kind of listen to some of the far-fetched ideas that people come up with to be able to raise birds. But it works sometimes, right? And you can't necessarily explain it. You just hope that you can replicate it. So I think all of these exhibitors have done a really great job. We come down here to our juniors first. This young lady right here, she's going to be your champion, junior. Great job. And then this young man on the end, he's going to be your reserve. Great job. Good. Then we get to our intermediates. I gotta think through them again. But the young lady down here on the end, she's gonna be your champion intermediate showman. Great job. And then this young lady right here, she'll be your reserve. For our seniors, we're gonna go with the guy who had the most far-fetched feeding program I've ever heard of, but it worked out in the end. Young man on the end, he'll be your champion. Great job. And then this young man right here, he's gonna be your reserve. Thank you again for having me. I really appreciate it. Hopefully, I can be back one day.
Thank you again. We want to say thank you to our judge, Micah Osborne. You do an amazing job for these kids, and we appreciate what you do. Don't forget to please help clean up. I think there's just a little bit of stuff maybe in the back left to do. Take your birds. If you can pick up any trash that you see, we greatly appreciate it. And thank you to all of the parents who bring your kids out here and do this work throughout the year. We will see you all on Saturday.